All right, guys. Let's go ahead and get started on what we're gonna do for the day, man. First things, man. I appreciate everybody hanging out with us. It is Conspiracy University. We're here every Wednesday. Make sure you come hang out with us. Wednesdays, 9 o'clock Central. Then we're back Fridays for Conspiracy Cookout at 10 o'clock. It's 9 o'clock Eastern. Then we back on Fridays at 10 o'clock Eastern. All right. Be sure to check us out on TikTok, Conspiracy University on TikTok, and on IG. All right, don't forget either one of those. Make sure you go and follow the TikTok and the IG and like the videos and all that good stuff. You can share them too. Conspiracy University has its own separate podcast with just the cooks. So if y'all want to share kind of the information that we distribute, Conspiracy University is the place to be. And blackisuniform.com. Blackistheuniform.com and vigorforpain.com, the world's greatest topical CBD products. Today, I promised you guys that we would do a book review of the 48 Laws of Power. All right. I doubt if we're going to get through all 48 today. So what we don't get through today, we'll finish off next week. All right. So hopefully we can get halfway through, but I doubt it. All right. Like I said, no worries though. We'll pick up next week. Okay. So the way I want to do it is I'll give you guys the law. I'm gonna start at one and just go down. Right. I thought about hopping around and just kind of picking my faves and talking about those, but just to keep it kind of solid, we're just gonna I'll read the law starting at one, and then I'll read a description of it. If anybody has any questions about it, we can talk about it. All right. Or any examples of it, we can talk about examples of people who follow the law, or people in violation of the law. Right.
Hey, real quick, Linnell,
Yeah.
do you feel like any of the conspiracies that you've covered would be examples of the 48 Laws of Power or be applications of it at all?
Every last one of them. Right. Um, Everything we talk about falls within these pages. Um, every You can find examples of this shit on your job. You can find examples of this shit in your home life, right? And dealing with people. Okay. So the first thing I wanted to do was read you guys the definition of power, right? Yeah, let's so we understand what power is, right? Um, so we use the word all the time, and so I'd like to to just kind of let everybody know exactly what it is. Okay. So power as a noun is the ability or to do something or act in a particular way, especially as a faculty or quality. Um, the second definition is the capacity or ability to direct or influence the behavior of others or course of events. Okay. And so I think that's the first two definitions are what we're kind of going to focus on, right? The ability to do something or act in a particular way, especially as a faculty or quality, and the capacity or ability to direct or influence the behavior of others or the course of events, right? I think that's a really, really good kind of general definition, right? Um, but power is broken up um, into different types, right? So you have personalized power, and then you have socialized power, right? Um, so personalized power is When you seek to, it's power is the ability to influence, right? Personalized power is when um, you try to accumulate that power for yourself, right? It's when the by virtue of what you do, um, that things happen, right? Um, Socialized power is is a higher form of power, right? Socialized power is when, um, here, let me redo this. So personalized power is by virtue of this action, I feel stronger. Okay. Um, Socialized power is by virtue of this action, we feel stronger. Okay, so there's different types of power. And so the reason I'm telling you this is because of um the 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 connotation that comes with the term power. Even as we read the book, right? They talk about power as if it's a weapon, right? And so, but it's important to understand that, power comes in different forms, right? So, personalized power and socialized power. Okay, so personalized power is about self-interest. Socialized power is about the collective good, right? And so there are different ways to wield power. Okay, and in a setting of personalized power, by virtue of our interactions, um, I feel strong and you feel weak. That's a, that's how personalized power operates. It's an authoritarian style. Socialized power means by virtue of our interaction, you feel stronger. So when you're around people that make you feel stronger, that's them being power. That's them demonstrating power, but it's socialized power. Okay. So, huh? Somebody say something?
Well, no, I was going to say, I think my interpretation of Ethan's question when he said, "Hey, is that something that he mentioned giving application for?" Well, I'm gonna keep it ambiguous, but I have a different interpretation on what he was asking on there because I think that, of course, conspiracy gurus do use. It's a few of these that's on the list that provide application for that. And that was my interpretation of his question. And you answered, your interpretation was different, but I'm gonna leave it at that though.
No. So I heard Ethan's question, and so I thought I answered it, and then I kind of wanted to segue that into into the intro, right, for what I'm talking about, right. And so it's important to understand that, even though this list, like the book, when you read the book, the way it talks about power, it talks about power from a personalized perspective. But there are ways to use these things in a socialized manner. So you can use, so even though the law is going to be, this is how you manage, you control, and you create personal power, right? There's ways to flip this to um, to where you're using it to create socialized power. Okay. And so that's one of the things I wanted to put out there, because I know as we go through the list, you'll hear some of the laws and you'll be like, that's devious. Right? It's a tool, it's a tactic. That's it. Okay. So as we go through this, um, try to get out of the good or bad dichotomy. So listen to it for the understanding and the psychology of the situation. Okay. So that's kind of the mindset I want people to have as we kind of go through this thing. All right. Um. So number one, Law number one. So these are 48 laws of power. Law number one: never outshine the master. Always make those above you feel comfortably superior. In your desire to please and impress them, do not go too far in displaying your talents, or you might accomplish the opposite. Inspire fear and insecurity. Right, that's the opposite. Like if you outshine the master, you can inspire fear and insecurity. Make your masters appear more brilliant than they are, and you'll attain the height of power. So that's rule number one: never outshine the master. Right. So funny thing is, I was on Twitter today and I saw this video where this dude was talking about how his dad had bought a like his dad had like an old beat up truck and he bought a new truck, right? But every time he went to work, he would always drive the old beat up truck, right? But whenever they did family shit, right, he would drive the new shit. He would drive the new hotness. So when he went to work, he drove the old busted. Went to hang out with the family and the friends and vacation, he drove the new hotness, right? And dude said he never understood why until he asked his dad, like, "Yo, why don't you drive a new car to work?" And he explained to him that um, if the people above you, you don't know their situation, and so if they see this, if they get a sense that you're doing better than them, then it could change how they treat you at work. It could affect your financial situation, right? Yeah, they may have a higher status than you at work. They may make more than you, but you don't know what people spend. You don't know what their lifestyles are like. And sometimes people feel more comfortable with you around um, when they think you have less, right? I remember one of the sayings: white people have felt uncomfortable living around black people as soon as we stop working for free. All right, so like in general, white people have no problem living around
Uppity
black people.
Negroes.
Right, white people have no problem living around black people that they're superior to or doing better than. Right, if you watch the movie Rosewood, you ever seen Rosewood? It was only when it was obvious that the black town was doing great, was doing better than the white town, then it became a problem. Next thing you know, they burning that shit to the ground. Right, and so not outshining the master, right? If you outshine them, then if you depend on them to give you a good schedule, to teach you skills, right? To help you out. If you demonstrate that, I'm better than you in this, then they'll start pulling back. It may change how they feel about you, because contrary to what people think, um, everybody doesn't want you to do better than them. That was one of the issues I had when I was working in Petersburg, um, and we were working with a lot of high school and grammar school kids, right? Um, and so we would have all these programs, we have all these things for the kids to do to kind of help them out, to help them get a step forward. And the kids would be all for it, but the parents would be dragging their feet. And so this is the first time I learned this. This is the first time I'd ever experienced and actually witnessed it. That sometimes parents don't want their kids to do better than them. Like, that's a real thing, right? And so, a lot of times when the parents saw the opportunities that were presented to the kids, they would hold the kids back, right? And you never know who feels like that, right? And so, if you're in a situation, whether you're at work and it's some sort of social situation, and there's somebody that's your superior or above you, as a matter of logic and just kind of thinking, right? As a matter of strategy, your best bet is not to let on that you're better at something or that you can outshine them in something, And I want y'all to think about how many times in your life have you outshined the master, and think about what happened based like because of that.
Yeah,
A
that's true.
real one, a real
Before
one
I
gonna help you out, bro. On Jesus, that permeates. Now that I'm older, a real one's gonna help you out. It's you gotta worry about weak ass people having that other kind of mindset, bro.
No, that's true. What were you saying to Mario?
so that is true what Mark said, but I remember, back when I was coming up in the ranks in like the corporate world, and I would run circles around them people, and a lot of the people at this particular company, but I would kind of boast at it. But in hindsight, that wasn't the right thing to do. I understand the concept, real ones are gonna help, but that's not reality. And this law is here. It's a legit law. Well, I lean with Linnell on that. It is. I saw X said it in chat. I don't like the word master. It's just a figure of speech. It's just someone that outranks you or is higher than you. Just keep them comfortable. Do your thing, and when it's time to strike, it's your time to strike. But let them feel comfortable in thinking that they're better than you, because that's the actual reality. From my experience, I'll say from my experience.
Sounds like an insecurity, some shit we done dealt with on Clubhouse, but I disagree. But I'll say this. My granddad had told me a story about he had got a job and he went out and bought a Lincoln. And so he pulled up to the job and the manager was like, "Whose Lincoln is that?" And he was like, "It's mine." And he said, "Either you get that Lincoln with no job or you get rid of the Lincoln and keep your job." So I appreciate what you're saying about this because it very much is what you spoke about. That man felt like my granddad was outshining him because he put up to the job in this brand new Lincoln.
Yeah, we can
Continental.
call them insecure, but it's like this guy, Robert Greene. He did research and he gave real life examples to these laws, and they are just there's a lot of truth, in those. So we could say like insecure or real ones that do this, but in reality, people that think they got it going on, and you are around, just let them be comfortable right there. And don't try to outshine them. I'm in full agreement, full agreement with that particular law.
Let
Now,
me ask you this real quick. Hold on. Let me ask you this real quick. So what you saying? How would that align with what Jay Z talk about his clique and everybody eating? Is it we all eat, or you just can't eat as much as I'm eating? I'm
Hey
just
yo,
asking.
so I don't know if you noticed,
You
but
already know you can't eat as much as Jay Z eat.
right,
You
I was
can
just
eat good, but you're not finna eat the filet mignon off his plate.
yeah. So remember, bro, one of the problems that they had at Rock was Beans was buzzing harder than Jay Z, and Beans complains that they held back his shit. Right, they took his shine away so Jay Z could shine. Know what I mean? So yo, if you were under Jay, if you had if you were somebody who had the opportunity to shine a little better, they had like they held you back. Think about if you did you watch Kanye's Genius, right? Ye was there the whole time, and they didn't want to sign him. He was gonna have to go somewhere else. He forced them. He forced their hand, right? He made it to where like they would look like fucking morons if they didn't give him a fucking deal, a record deal. Right? They wanted him right where they had him as a producer supporting Jay. Jay was the master. Yo, you're gonna support him. When he started to step out on his own, it was like, nah, 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 nah. They didn't want motherfuckers to outshine Jay. Like we've seen this a lot. You've seen this play out a lot, and you didn't really know why what happened, right?
yeah, and while I disagree that Beans is nicer than Jay, he's not. But it's better to just to elaborate kind of well in this. It's really better to be in that position under Jay Z. Let him get the glory, but I'm eating too, even though I'm quote unquote a lower tier. The real ones out there will know to use Mark's term, but I'm still under that master's umbrella until it's my time to strike. Because there's a time where you go for it, but until you get to that point, just play the game.
That's why I'm gonna let you move on.
Yeah,
But
but
that's why I don't like the.
to
Go
be
ahead.
fair, that analogy is wrong because he was hot at a point and Jay wasn't letting him eat. And Beans wanted to even go with 50. 50 Cent was going to give him a deal. And Jay was like, no, he was still signed to me. I'm not going to let him off. And he wasn't eating. So that's where he got disgruntled with.
All right, cool. Um, yeah. So rule number one, never outshine the master. Right. So that's one of them. Like I don't give a fuck what the situation is. You got to learn how to. You got to learn this one. Right. And so the other thing I would say, in terms of like the laws of the 48 laws of power, like reading a book, like speed reading through the book in like a week or 2 weeks, it doesn't help. That's not how this book is meant to be consumed. This book is meant to be consumed um like as practice. Yo, you read a couple laws, then you practice them shits. You recognize, you think about, all right, where have I seen it? Where have I been inside of it? Like how would I function inside of it? Right? And you practice. Right? It should take you a very, very long time to get through this book.
But it
Right.
also can't be read in a vacuum. What I'll say to this real quick is the 48 Laws of Power, in my opinion, is not a book that should just be, oh, I'm just going to read this and take 1 year of study on it, and that's it. I personally would recommend that you read Sun Tzu, The Art of War, and you're reading anything dealing with dark psychology or what is it called? NLP, neuro linguistic programming. If you couple all those three different sectors or those types of books, you're going to have a great mastery of how to read people. So that idea, and I do agree with what X is saying, the figure of speech is self-deprecating because you're already putting yourself at a disadvantage by looking at somebody as a master, just off the word usage. It's about reading the people or reading the the pieces on the board more than succumbing to a master, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Like playing chess. Hell yeah, Ethan, on God. Like, how can you become a better chess player in your situation?
Sweet. All right. Law number two. Um, never put too much trust in friends. Learn how to use enemies. Be wary of friends. They will betray you more quickly, for they are easily aroused to envy. They are also spoiled and tyrannical. But hire a former enemy, and he will be more loyal than a friend because he has more to prove. In fact, you have more to fear from friends than from enemies. If you have no enemies, find a way to make them.
In other words, you don't know these people.
Um, so I think one of the the, the best examples um of this is like we've all looked at movies and you've seen like somebody who was rich get betrayed by his homeboys or his woman, right?
Now,
When
Linnell,
that
there's only one movie you can reference. You do know that, right?
what's Godfather?
Yes.
I know it was you, Fredo. You broke my heart,
Yo, I was just thinking that too.
It
right?
it too brute.
Et tu, Brute, right? So it's always the people closest to you um, that you got to worry about. What they say, um, betrayal has to come from a friend. Your enemies can't betray you. You know what I mean? So betrayal must come from a friend. And a lot of times, people think that you owe them, right? Where they say they become spoiled and tyrannical. They think that you owe them, and you have to do what they want you to do, right? And when you start setting boundaries, then you'll see how people really act, right? If you really want to see who's like your people, tell them no, right? That'll show you who your people are, and watch how people's behaviors change when you no longer bend to their wills or their whims. You know what I mean? And so, this is kind of a it's a warning. It's a warning to be mindful of um, how the people around you behave, and the entire and to keep track of the entitlement that you see from the people around you. You know what I mean? And the other thing is, learn how to make find common ground with people that you're at odds with. Right? What you'll find is that they'll be more willing to work with you than the people on your like that are supposed to be like your friends and family and shit. All right.
So let me ask you this then:
Yeah.
if I'm not to outshine the master, and then I go and ask for something, and you tell me no, as a friend, what do you think I'm gonna do? You think I'm gonna still be nice to you? Don't you? Don't doesn't that sound like that breeds nastiness and for friends to pretty much do you bad if one I gotta limit my abilities and you telling me no too?
Okay. So again, so now are you saying you're the friend?
Yeah, let's say I'm the friend.
Yeah. So you're the friend, right? So you got somebody that's that's kind of more skilled at something than you, or kind of in charge of some shit. Um. So you have to limit how much you show them, right? And um so you got to limit how much you show them, and when you try to kind of get them to help, they're like, nah, we ain't doing it like that. And so that's when you have to put your own plan into play, right? It doesn't have to be where you're snaking them, but at some point, if you feel like you're to that level, then you would step out on your own. Like, you ever see Scarface? So remember, Tony didn't backdoor Frank. He just kind of moved away from it. He stepped out on his own, right? He was like, all right, well, shit, I can't get bigger here under you, so I got to move away from you in order to grow.
So that means you went from the collective to individual, right?
Um, no, at that point, you can still do bit like Tony could have still done business with Frank, right?
How?
We can still do business together.
How can we do
If if
it?
if Frank wanted to, yo, we can find a way to import product. We can get cheaper product. We can import more at a discount. There's ways for us to both get this bread together.
So you can make money off me and then eventually I can lead you to the plug so you can outshine me?
So again, we can figure out a way. Yo,
Hey,
I
wait. What you said go against the first law.
which part?
Because if Tony was under Frank and then Tony go and like you said, he ain't backdoor him, but that nigga went and got, you know what I'm saying? Like he got bigger business with the plug. Now you outshining the master.
And that's what led to his downfall. That's why Frank tried to have him killed. Well, so
So in
initially,
your
no. So
in what
remember,
you trying to
initially,
in what you trying to
no,
describe,
no, wait,
right?
hold on, wait. No, hold on, wait. So initially, when Tony was working for Frank, he was definitely trying to outshine him, and that's where Frank got pissed at him, and so they stopped working together. So Tony went off on his own,
That's not
right?
that's
Tony
not
went
that's
to the
not how that happened. That nigga was still working for Frank, and Frank sent him and that other guy to the plug. The other guy was a snitch. He threw his ass off the fucking plane, and then Tony came back and told Frank what was up, and then that's when Frank got a resentment for him, and he stopped working for Frank.
right.
But that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Now stop right there.
Mhm.
Now if Tony getting these birds for 10.5 where Frank was getting them for 13, if Tony come back with like, well shit, I'll give them to you for 11. You outshining the master. So that shit you saying would have never worked.
Well, no, there's more nuance in that example because Frank didn't want to go for that deal because the guy Omar was like, "Well, I got to talk to Frank about that." And Frank wasn't. And Frank actually had some gems. He even was telling Tony, "Hey, see that guy over there? Like he got more money than everybody in here. But the goal ain't to just be that guy. You know, like he was really, that was really some gem in hindsight. But that deal that Sosa was offering, Frank wasn't gonna go for that because he wanted it every month, like this agreement every month, and that wasn't something that um, Frank wanted to do. So Tony had to split from him, just for perspective.
So I agree with what you're saying to Mario, but still to my point, what the fuck is the beef about? If you ain't even trying to move that much work, you know what I'm saying? Why don't you let Tony go do it his goddamn self? And then since you brought Tony up, you know what I'm saying? I
Because
need to hold
Frank was
on,
insecure.
wait. Exactly to my fucking
Yeah,
point. The
yeah,
motherfucking master is insecure.
yeah.
You
Uh-huh.
can't outshine the master. So what you saying is invalid.
So at that point, he wasn't Tony's master no more. He had went off on his own, and so now he was a bitter ex friend, right? Who tried to stab him in the back. And so again, as we go on in the laws, there are ways to deal with this situation.
They could have never been business partners then. Like they couldn't have come back and been business partners together.
Right. If because of Frank's insecurity, he definitely wouldn't have allowed that. But
And
there was
that's
a
that's all
situation to
that's
be had.
that's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I get you. All right. Where we at? So that was law number 2. Never put too much trust in friends and learn how to use enemies. Uh, law number 3: conceal your intentions. Keep people off balance and in the dark by never revealing the purpose behind your actions. If they have no clue what you're up to, they cannot prepare a defense. Guide them far enough down the wrong path, envelop them in enough smoke, and by the time they realize your intentions, it will be too late. Use decoy objects of desire and red herrings to throw people off the scent, and use smoke screens to disguise your actions. Right? Never let nobody know what your real goal is. Because as soon as you tell them your real goal, if they got ill intent, then they might be out here trying to block it. Or, you know what I'm saying? They might just repeat that shit to somebody else who got ill intent. Right? So you got to keep that shit to yourself.
So, Linnell, is that something that would be considered the individual or individualistic power, or something that could be considered a social related
Um,
power?
so to me, that feels more of a defensive tactic. So that's not really offensive. That feels more of a defensive mechanism. Like, yo, this is how you protect the bag. You know what I'm saying? So this is how you protect the bag. This is how you protect the goal, right? So that to me, that feels more defensive, not necessarily offensive.
How do you protect? How 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 does the athlete protect the athlete?
Um, in terms of what on the field and
On the
in the
field, let's just
boardroom,
say
what are we talking
injury,
about?
all of it, bro, all of it. How does the how would an athlete go themselves?
So one, you got to come up with a target. You got to know what your goal is. The first things first, you got to know what your goal is. You have to have a goal in mind, right? And so once you have your goal in mind, you don't let nobody know what that goal is, right? You tell them all kinds of other shit. So if your goal is to get a certain amount of money, right, then you don't just say, yo, I'm only an athlete for the money. Like, I don't really love this shit. You keep that shit to yourself. You want people to think that, oh man, you're Mr. Basketball, you're Mr. Football. You eat it and shit it, right? And then when these motherfuckers give you a bag, once you secure the guaranteed money, that's when you make you plan your exit strategy. Whether you faking the fucking injury or you just outright fucking retire. You know what I'm
I mean,
saying?
isn't the goal always self-preservation?
So, dude, it depends on who you are. Some people want to.
Not for
Some people,
everybody.
right? Some people want their name in lights. Some people want to be the man on the court or on the field. They want the glory, right? If that's it, then you you maneuver your way around that. You don't let people know, man, I want the glory. Nah, because then they start gunning at you. They start throwing dirt on your name, right? If you want the glory, then you tell people, oh no, I just want the money, dog. I'm here for the money, right? So you throwing people off your trail,
Shit,
right?
that's technically what Floyd did.
No, I mean, I don't. Okay, so I'll say this. I don't want to disagree. I'll say this. I feel like everybody knew what Floyd's goal was, which was to have a zero by his record. And for that, it was, all right, I'm gonna let my uncle go. Damn, I'm taking too many punches. I gotta bring my uncle back so I can learn to become the best defensive fighter. So I can keep this zero by my name. I don't feel like Floyd kept all that to himself because what I was getting at is it seems like when you keep too much to yourself, you stop learning how to protect yourself. And sometimes you need people to help protect you. Now, I'm not saying tell the whole world, like, yo, I'm trying to keep a zero by my name, but I feel like Floyd was like, yo, come back into the fold because I'm taking a beating around here. I'm not looking good. I'm Pretty Boy Floyd. I'm trying to become Money Mayweather. I need you. I need your help. So when I hear you say, don't tell anybody or keep it to yourself, I feel like that's when you become dangerous because sometimes you might lose sight or lose focus of that mission and people can help bring you back.
All right. So one of my homeboys said when he was in college, his professor gave him the three rules for business, right? And so I want you to listen to the three rules, right? This goes directly to what you're talking about. Rule number one: don't trust nobody. Okay. Rule number two: you gotta trust somebody. Rule number three: don't trust nobody. Did you understand it? Like you may not get it right now. You might have to sit with it for a minute. But those three rules answer like that answers your question.
And also, just to put it in context, these rules, these laws, it's just a guide. It doesn't be absolute. Like you don't have to conceal it from everybody if you do have confidant, like somebody that you can actually trust. But uh, we have to understand in the real world. Like a lot of times, people don't want to see you shine, or they may just do something to like sabotage whatever you got. It just, but it is just a guide, not maybe 100% of the time, but it's you know. So
Yeah,
I just
that's true. Yeah, I mean, you apply different rules at different times.
Let me ask you this real quick. Who's the
Yeah,
author of this book?
Robert Greene.
Is he self-published?
No, he's not self-published. He put it out via
So
with
he
some
had he
publishing.
had help from somebody?
Yeah,
Or
yeah. He had an editor. I'm sure he did.
and not only that,
okay.
there's a blueprint for this book, like Machiavelli's Prince.
The Prince. Yeah, the Prince.
And of course, Machiavelli, I get to shout out my boy Plato. But Plato used all these things in a good way. But just for context. So yeah, of course. But all of this stuff, it's a lot of merit to it. I especially want you to know that X, because you young man. Like especially that first one. I know you, like man, this word master. But even like back in the day, it was okay for somebody to be a master, say stonemason. And well, then he the master of it. I'm learning under the master. That's how it was in antiquity, and nobody better than I. And there's nothing wrong with that. Even though in our context today it's just a figure of speech, but don't. I would just say don't take it literally. But there are gems in this book. I just wanted to say that.
For sure. I actually have this book. I read through it. I didn't finish it, but yes, it was recommended. It's just this is my first time actually going through the laws with a group of people to talk about them and how they apply. So it's a thought exercise, really. But yeah, appreciative.
All right, cool. All right, here we go. Number four. All right. Um, Always say less than necessary. When you're trying to impress people with words, the more you say, the more common you appear, and the less in control you appear. Even if you're saying something banal, it will seem original if you make it vague, open ended, and sphinx like. Powerful people impress and intimidate by saying less. The more you say, the more likely you are to say something foolish. All right. Essentially, don't use 10 words when three will do. All right. Um, and especially if you don't have a mastery of the topic, right? Then you want to learn how to use vagaries to your advantage. And the other thing that it doesn't say is you got to learn how to use silence, right? Silence is a tool, all right? Silence is a tool. Like pauses when you talk, that's a tool. It's a way to emphasize the things that you say. All right. It's letting the listener know that what you're saying is important because you stopped talking after what you said, like after you said it. All right. Um, a lot of people make the mistake of just trying to explain and over explain anything like the situation. All right. Thinking that if I keep talking, it'll make me seem like I know more. Nope. It makes you seem like you know less. All right. So um, yeah, always say less than necessary. Okay. Um, let's see where we at. Number 5. All right, here we go. You just got here. We're going through the 48 laws of power. Um, going through each law one by one. We're on law number 5, right? So much depends on reputation. Guard it with your life. Reputation is the cornerstone of power. Through reputation alone, you can intimidate and win. Once it slips, however, you are vulnerable and will be attacked on all sides. Make your reputation unassailable. Always be alert to potential attacks and thwart them before they happen. Meanwhile, learn to destroy your enemies by opening holes in their own reputation. Then stand aside and let the public opinion hang them. All
This
right.
reminds me of the dude that got caught on the jumbotron, bro. His reputation was knocked down publicly, and I feel like whatever he, whoever he was in his office or whatever at his company, that wasn't gonna serve him because when he walked back in that building, people looking at him like, "Damn, that's how you moving." So yeah,
Facts.
Dude, so there's a situation even more pertinent than that we've been keeping an eye on, right? Think about Diddy, right? So even though Diddy didn't get convicted of the most serious charge, he was assassinated. His character was assassinated. His reputation is shit, right? And that's what they do to people. Even if they don't want to kill you or go through the trouble of killing you and making you a martyr, they'll assassinate your reputation.
Well, Puffy is a scumbag, so let's
No,
not go.
I agree.
Oh, okay.
I agree, but I mean, they don't just do it with Puffy. They've done it with a lot of people. Bill Cosby, they did it with Cosby, right? Like they routinely do it with black men after they get done using them. They'll assassinate their reputation. You know what I'm
I'm not
saying?
mad at that perspective. It's just when we listen to stories, all these people knew this stuff, and I guess they
I don't
was
think
afraid
they
to
knew it.
outshine the
I don't think
master.
they really understood it. I don't think they knew who they was dealing with. I think the people that deal so the people that they are dealing with conceal their intentions, right? They don't tell the people what they want them for. They make it seem like, oh no, you're different than everybody else. You're not gonna make the same mistakes they made. Not understanding that them motherfuckers really ain't make mistakes. they were just being used.
No, I mean even I'm talking about as far as if he's beating on people and all these security guards and all this footage is out, like people been knowing that he was doing all this type of this stuff. So that's all
Oh
I was
yeah,
saying.
you right. What you say, Anna? Is this happening with to Tyler Perry right now? Yeah, yeah. His reputation is in the shitter, right? Because he's trying to build his own thing, and so they definitely dragging his reputation through the shitter.
Wait, break that down a little. What you mean like reputation? Like he in the news or something? Like I'm a
Yeah,
little
he getting
lost.
sued. He getting
Yeah,
sued
he
for
getting
That
sexual
sued
shit's
right
harassment.
now.
self-inflicted.
But the timing of it is kind of suspect. Like he finally gets from underneath the whole Medea thing, and is now starting to have Netflix series and things like that. And now that's when all these allegations come out once he starts making, I don't say real money, but money outside of Medea.
Wait, didn't he just release a movie with Medea characters? I feel like
He
I
did.
must. Right, so he's still doing that, Rock? Or are you just saying like the main focus is no longer Medea?
The main focus is no longer Medea. So he had the one with Taraji P. Henson, and then he had the other one. There was two movies back to back. Oh, the one with Kelly Rowland, Mia Culpa, that did really, really, really well. Both of those did really, really well on Netflix.
You know what he got going, right, X?
The whole studio?
Nah, I'm talking about the allegations of
Mm,
shit
mm.
that's in the
I feel
news.
like we talked about it, but remind me, bro.
So it was a dude that was in one of his shows or whatever. And long story short, he was trying to come on to the dude, but the dude wasn't really going type shit. But yeah, they got text messages and like, he put his hands on him and got in the
Now,
bed with
I
him,
do
some shit
remember we
like
did
that.
talk about that. Yes, I remember.
When I say put his hands on, I mean like grope, not hit.
And so we're saying because he's finally getting out under this, these allegations is coming out now. Is that what we're saying?
That's what I was saying, but I could be wrong.
Oh yeah, you are. Because if he wouldn't, don't be a pervert, and you won't have these issues. Same with Puffy. So I ain't in the business of defending
That's why
people.
I say it's
But
self-inflicted.
it is definitely.
All right, let's see where we at. We're on rule number 6, or law number 6, 48 laws of power. Court attention at all cost. Everything is judged by its appearance. What is unseen counts for nothing. Never let yourself get lost in the crowd. Then, or buried in oblivion. Stand out. Be conspicuous at all costs. Make yourself a magnet of attention by appearing larger, more colorful, more mysterious than the bland and timid masses. All right. So you see this a lot, right? Especially with like uh with people in like entertainment, right? They stay wearing some different shit, right? Um dude, you'll see this in the like some artists, you'll see this, right? They got their own style. They make sure to stand the fuck out, right? It's a thing, right? Even in
For real,
business,
for
huh?
real, Williams.
Yeah, even in business, right? So think of Steve Jobs. He had a uniform. He wore all black all the time. Zuckerberg always wore a hoodie, right? Even in like in business, these dudes do their thing, right? They have a thing that's uniquely them that makes them stand out, right? Surround your name with sensational and scandalous. Draw attention to yourself. Create an air of mystery. Do not show all your cards. All right. So, yeah, it's a thing. All right. Have a style. Have something that people know you by. That kind of thing. Have a signature look, a signature walk, a signature way of speaking. All right. All right. Let's see. Law number 7. Okay. Get others to do the work for you, but always take the credit. Use the wisdom, knowledge, and legwork of other people to further your own cause. Not only will such assistance save you valuable time and energy, it will give you a godlike aura of efficiency and speed.
You got that one down packed, don't you?
Me? Shit, you niggas don't do none of my work. In the
That's
end,
individualism, right?
uh,
That's also that's also countering the last law too. You can't sit there and take credit for it if you're supposed to be putting up an air of mystery. That's
no,
counterintuitive.
not really. Not really. So hold on, let me finish reading. In the end, in the end, your helpers will be forgotten, and you will be remembered. Never do yourself what others can do for you. All right. Now, what were you saying,
You
Ethan?
see how he feel about you, Robin?
What were you saying,
Uh,
Ethan?
Hush, 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 hush.
What I was saying is, if you're supposed to be putting up an air of mystery
Mm-hmm.
and not letting your purpose or your goals be shown,
Mm-hmm.
you're
No.
not
So
supposed to be taking. So, I may be mixing it up. So, definitely correct me. But if you're supposed to be putting up an air of mystery and you're not supposed to be showing your cards or purpose, I wouldn't say to take the credit per se. It'd be like it that turns it into individualism to X's point and not a social thing because you're supposed to be rising through the ranks without anybody knowing. Not, oh, I got credit for that and they did the work for me. It's like, yeah, they may have did the work, but I'm still putting myself in a position and they seem like they're getting the credit because I'm not outshining anybody. I'm just moving in the shadows in a way. That's yeah, correct me though.
yeah. So I think, and I think we can kind of stay where we were, on Puffy, right? So everybody knows Puffy as yo. He created the sound. Where they say take hits from the '80s, make them sound so crazy, right? And so they know him as like this producer extraordinaire, right? He's got a style. This motherfucker caught attentions at all costs, different outfits and cars, and he was flashy as shit. Puffy don't produce shit. He don't make no music. He got people that he pay to do that, right? He had people that he promised to make them stars to make the music, right? And so he courted attention at all costs, but he ain't do none of the work. And didn't nobody know what his true goal was to create a honeypot in the rap industry. Like he lived out all the things that we're talking about. Didn't nobody know what Puffy's goal was. They didn't know he was honeypotting the industry. But he definitely courted attention, and he definitely got other motherfuckers to do the work. He ain't make nan fucking beat. Nan beat.
So when people turn against him because he definitely trusted somebody with this information, and then the pressure was on, then his reputation was ruined. So,
Hey,
like,
JR
while he's
told
wrong,
you
he's wrong.
his downfall was he was cheap. You know what I'm
That's
saying?
fair.
And he made some other mistakes too. There were some other mistakes that he made too, right? And so we can talk about his mistakes, but some of the stuff he did, right? He definitely did some of this stuff. All right.
Well, if
Let's
that's the case, then he violated the first law. He outshined the master. If you being cheap and you don't really produce the work and everybody else do, you can't afford to be cheap. So you tried to outshine who was really helping you.
So remember, those weren't his masters; those were his subordinates, right? Um, the master, right, were the people over him that gave him his position. Those were his masters, all right. And so again, he made mistakes, right? There are definitely mistakes that he made that can be talked about in this list, though.
So, quick question, Linnell. Can I ask you this? Is it better to be the king or the kingmaker?
The kingmaker,
Can't be
right?
taking
But
credit
so
trying to be the kingmaker is what I'm saying.
yeah, no. So when you read the book, there were I forget the dude's name in the book. But he wasn't. He was always like the hand of the king. He was the king's like right hand man. I forget his name. There, he appears in a lot of the scenarios and stories. He appears in the book a lot because he was the master of manipulation and getting people to do what he wanted them to do. So he was able to wield power on people beneath him, and at the same time control the king, right? And so he was never the target. He hid who he was. He concealed his presence, and people didn't really know who he was. But he wielded the power, right? And so that's why it's being in the shadows, kind of helping maneuver the situation is probably the best place to be, right?
But
Um,
don't you have to do that if you don't have no power? Is try to hide it, try to, forgave your way in this shit because you don't have the power?
no, right? But you do recognize that there is somebody above, like there's somebody more powerful than you. But if you know how to kind of manipulate them, and at the same time wield the power bestowed to you by your position, that's probably the most advantageous place you can be.
Okay, got you.
Yeah. All right. Where we at? We're on number. All right. Here we go. We're on number 8. So this is law 8. All right. Um, make other people come to you. Use bait if necessary. When you force the other person to act, you are the one in control. It is always better to make your opponent come to you, abandoning his own plans in the process. Lure him with fabulous gains, then attack. You hold the cards. All right. And so essentially, that's talking about, or the concept is to to occupy the position of strength by making somebody come to you with an offer. Right. And so if they're approaching you, then you're seen to have the upper hand. Right. So this is purely kind of this is purely optical. Right. This is purely optical. All right. So you want to make it look like, you know what I'm saying? So think about in trials. Whoever has the weaker hand is the person presenting a deal, right? Presenting a plea agreement. All right. Whoever's got the weaker hand generally presents the plea agreement. Got me? Let's see. Law number 9. Win through your actions, never through argument. It's a great law right here. Any momentary triumph you think you have gained through argument is really a Pyrrhic victory. The resentment and ill will you stir up is stronger and lasts longer than any momentary change of opinion. It is much more powerful to get others to agree with you through your actions without saying a word. Demonstrate, do not explicate. All right. Trying winning arguments is temporary. Right? Convincing people with words is temporary. Right? There must be some actions if you want um a sustained change. Okay. So trying to convince people with a lot of words, we talked about saying less than necessary already. Trying to convince people with words um, is shallow and a temporary situation. All right. So I think that's a really really good law. Right. Yeah, Quan. Actions
What's
definitely
a
speak louder than words.
what's a Pyrrhic victory, Linnell?
Um, hollow or temporary. You know what? Let me get you the
A
definition.
victory at too great a cost.
Huh?
A victory at too great a cost.
Yeah. Okay. Good stuff. Yeah.
If
Um.
only we had somebody proficient in Greek to bring us the story, or maybe even the myth associated with the Pyrrhic victory, then we'd be all the way 100.
Hey, bro. That's hilarious. Freaking hilarious. Where's he at?
Oh, wait a minute.
He
How's
ain't.
he
He
going
might
to
have fell
interpret
asleep.
my question now?
Yo. Hey, yo. Nah. So, no, he ain't here. It's definitely from the Greek, though. Eh. No, we'll get him when he comes back. We'll get him when he comes back. Or you know what? Let's not assume that he's gonna come back because his ass probably asleep. Um, let's see. It comes from King Pyrrhus of Epirus. Pyrrhus, in his battles against the Romans, achieved victories, but suffered such heavy losses that they were ultimately detrimental to his overall goals. So that's the origins of the term. Good shit, Ethan. Um. All right. So that's law number 9. All right. Law number 10. We moving along. How much time we got? We got a little bit of time. Law number 10. All right. Um, infection. Avoid the unhappy and unlucky. Jesus Christ, man. You can die from someone else's misery. Emotional states are as infectious as diseases. You may feel you are helping the drowning man, but you are only participating in your own disaster. The unfortunate sometimes draw misfortune on themselves. They will also draw it onto you. Associate with the happy and the fortunate instead. Man, I can't tell you how dope that that's some real shit right there. Right? That's energy. People who are always complaining, always unhappy, always down, that's energy. When you associate with that, it will get on you. It's infectious. Somebody always got bad luck. Yo, you cool, but I'm gonna be over here. Somebody always miserable. There's always some bullshit going on with them. Somebody always got some drama. Same shit. You cool. I'm gonna see you in a minute. All right. I know y'all think, man, this is my boy. These my people. Yo, they can still be your people. We ain't gotta hang out though. You know what? Some people got. We was talking about. So we talked about this last week. Some people got like entities on them or in them, and they need to be cleansed. All right. Some people have entities on them and they need to be cleansed. And as long as those entities are on them and around them, if you on them and around them, that shit gonna be in your fucking in your 360. And you gonna get some of that residual and remnant negative shit. And so if you do have somebody that's an unlucky person, always down on their luck, always got some negativity going on, if you fuck with them like that, then you should help them cleanse that energy from them. Help them get that energy cleansed. That's a real thing, my nigga. All right. So that law is some real shit. All right. Don't take that lightly. Don't take it lightly. Um. All right. Number 11. Law number 11. Um. Learn to keep people dependent on you. To maintain your independence, you must always be needed and wanted. The more you are relied on, the more freedom you have. Make people depend on you for their happiness and their prosperity, and you have nothing to fear. Never teach them enough so that they can do it without you. So this is some work shit right here. All right.
Now that's one I don't agree with. That shit is fucking draining, nigga. I don't want you depending on me for your goddamn happiness. You better make yourself happy. Shit.
Hey man,
See,
this how you make sure that
You
you are always required.
how you gonna be
Uh,
happy with anybody else if you ain't happy with yourself? Nigga,
you
that shit
just,
draining.
to Marty's point, you just listed a law before that to get away from depressing and negative people. These
Facts.
people that are constantly feeding on you
mm,
are going to need you. So, yet again, 11 and 12 be coming across counterintuitive. And I'm not saying this, this cat's wrong in his book. It's just I'm looking at it from another angle. It sounds like I'm hating though, really, but it just seems counter. That's all.
so for this one, I think about it more in terms of work, right? As
That
soon
don't
as you
sound like work. That sound like relationship shit.
um
Who gives a fuck about if you happy at work? You ain't here to be happy. You here to make money.
um so people are happy when they can do their job well and they can do it easily, right? And autonomously, right? But if you make it to where they can't function without you, right? Then you're always going to be needed and you have power in that situation, right?
I get that for the work aspect, but he was talking about happiness and shit from what I heard. That don't sound like
Happiness
work.
it says happiness and prosperity. So that's money, right? So that's part of, so when you make yourself the linchpin. So remember, this is about power. So this is about making yourself the linchpin of the situation to where things can't move without you, without your say so, without your go ahead, right? Or without you making the situation to where it can happen.
How does that help the collective? Because if
So it
you if
depends
you
on the
die or
situation.
get sick, bro, and you don't educate these people to be able to move without your say
Mhm.
so, bro, like everything around or what you got going on, it's just gonna fall apart, bro. So I'm gonna ask it again. How does that help the collective?
So it depends. So
Nigga, it
right,
sounds being selfish. My bad.
right. So it depends on where you're utilizing the strategy at, right? So, like Ethan said, these things aren't in a vacuum. So you employ these strategies as needed in specific circumstances. Right? It's not a one size fits all kind of thing. You got to learn how to look at the list and determine what's necessary in the situation that I'm in. All right. So,
Okay,
Rhonda,
so I'm
like,
gonna say it again. What
go
happens
ahead.
if you get sick, bro?
So, if you get sick, what are you talking about at
Okay,
home?
so if you displaying that at home, let's just say like,
No, I'm asking. No, that was my
yeah, so
question.
let's say we at
Like,
home. You
what?
display that at home.
All right. So, at home, this is probably not something you do at home,
Okay, so say you do it at the workplace.
right? If you get sick, they're in a bad place and they realize that they need you, right?
Okay, so
Couldn't
You
that
you
made
shit?
rather
yourself
something
more
be you
valuable.
rather be needed than something run efficiently? Because
It
if they
depends
if
what
they
my
need
it.
you and you not around, bro, your business gonna fall apart.
And even if it's not
So
your
wait,
business, you
wait,
just say
wait, wait.
employee.
So
Couldn't
this
that
the
be
thing.
counterintuitive?
So it's different. So now you're talking about different things, bro. If it's my business, then I'm gonna make sure that things run autonomously. But if I work for somebody else, then it's their business. Got to make sure they need you. Like I said, it depends on the situation. All of this is situational. It's not a plug and play. It's a all right. Let me read the situation and 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 figure out what's needed here. Their business, you need me. My business, going to function seamlessly. That kind of thing.
Don't they say make the people feel like it's their job, meaning like it's your workplace, meaning like you own the place?
Yeah.
Don't
So
many people be power tripping with that, bro? Like you high and mighty, but you just like the assistant, or like you don't even own the place. A lot of people act like that already, bro. So again, if you're not around and they don't know how to do these things, or you get sick, it's gonna fall apart, bro. Because again, I feel like a lot of people be power tripping, as you say, in the wrong situations.
right. And so if you don't understand how to apply the rules in the correct situation, then you can definitely end up in a bad place. That's why you must know how to apply the rules.
But this rule right
You need to
here,
drop that.
this rule right here, couldn't that shit be counterintuitive and also end up being a Pyrrhic victory to X's point? If you get sick and you gone, then they realize how much they depend on you. Nigga, they changed that shit.
Hey, and so that's why you got to realize that all right, I'm in a situation where I make these niggas depend on me, so I can't be gone that long. So that means I got to take care of the vessel. I can't be sick that long, or depending on what kind of sick I am, right? I might need to tough it out just to make sure this shit function. Or even if I'm not on site, I'm making sure that the shit is functioning even when I ain't there, just so they don't get the idea to change the process. So you got to be thinking. So this book is not for non-thinkers. You have to be able to think through the concept of what you're doing and how you're applying these things. All right? It's not a plug and play.
See that? So that that's where I feel like things you people get in trouble because you just told me I can't stay away for too long, or I can't even take a rest day because I needed to feel, almighty or needed. And then not only do I feel needed, but I ain't giving these people that need me the ability to feel needed or praised because I'm taking
Or
all the credit. Or
or
because
you
you
put
took all the credit, bro, for the work that they did. Then you get sick. Now they gonna act like, well, damn, did I do a good job? Because according to him, like he took all the credit. How am I gonna
or
know what to go
or
ahead, bro?
you put things in place, right, for your absence, right? You account for that shit. Like, all right, well, when I ain't here, then you do this, you do that. Maybe you grab somebody that you trust a little bit, right? And you get three or four people, and you break up the task between them, right? You don't put all the tasks in one person to where they can be the linchpin. You break up your task into different people temporarily. Like there are ways to kind of work around it.
I'm just temporary and a little bit like I hear the words you're using. I'm gonna let you rock out though.
All right. Let's see. Where we at? Hey. So Rhonda say, what you say, Rhonda? This list is what's the word you use? What's the word?
Blasphemy.
Yeah, blasphemous.
Just some Jewish shit. This is some. Where's your button?
Right,
Satanic
facts.
Jews.
Hey yo. So that's the thing. They're going to use it. And so either you put yourself in a position to recognize what's going on, or they're going to keep running the number on you because they're not going to stop using it just because it's blasphemous.
Well,
Right?
there's that point, and I agree with that. But in addition to that, what also ends up happening is they're running out of options, so they're relying on us to kind of put fuel back in the system. Just like Cosby put fuel back into the collegiate system or the academia system or academic system, however you're supposed to say it. This is kind of, I feel like them being like, hey, if we get 50 Cent to write the 50th law of power, then we can get some more of our energy to kind of keep things running. Kind of like how you're saying with the conspiracy mindset, like this thing don't run unless we're running within it.
Exactly.
I honestly feel like the West is going to die off very fast unless we believe in its archaic and antiquated methods based off of a scarce mentality. Shout out to Guns, Germs, and
It's back
Steel.
to the same. Become them. It's like destiny. They are the immoral, the lack of integrity, and they convince you to or convince and cosplay to be that. You can't become them.
That's one way to look at it. I understand people that look at it that way, right? But for myself, I'd rather understand, like, I'd rather be able to look at the code in the matrix, right? I'd rather be able to read the code and see how it's working.
It's okay to see the code, but
Hmm.
some of I don't know. I mean, I did come in. I'm on number 5. I think I entered, but it sounds
Oh
like
yeah,
you were
yes.
also giving partial instruction. So it's one thing to recognize it, and another thing to be it or practice it.
Right. So again, we talked about that in the beginning, right? So
So, but what do
the
you do when you recognize it, though? Do you play the game? Do you go along with it and play the game right back, or do you?
hey,
How
so
you recognize something from somebody that you don't trust?
I ain't gotta trust them to recognize that they're trying to.
So how you know they not leading you to the second location then?
So again, you don't have to trust them. You don't have to trust them to recognize what's going on, right?
Again,
Nowhere,
what I
nowhere
think,
in these laws do they talk about you gotta trust people,
what
right?
was law? Didn't law number 6 say, lead somebody so they don't know the plan? So if you recognize the code in the matrix, how you know that's the right code in the matrix?
Practice. All this is about practice. Gotta practice. Gotta know what you're looking at, just like everything else. When you learn how to read, somebody ain't show you one time and then, oh yeah, I can read. No, you practice, right? Gotta practice. Let's see. Number 12, yo. If Rhonda didn't like the early ones, she ain't never gonna like this one. But the thing is, this is one of those where we see all the fucking time, right? So you can name 5 places right now where you're gonna see law number 12. Use selective honesty and generosity to disarm your victim. One sincere and honest move will cover over dozens of dishonest ones. Open hearted gestures of honesty and generosity bring down the guard of even the most suspicious people. Once your selective honesty opens a hole in the armor, you can deceive and manipulate them at will. A timely gift, a Trojan horse, will serve the same purpose.
Nigga, what? Anything with telling people to manipulate other people is the fuck.
Hmm. So
Yeah,
again,
I feel like the title of this book should be "Laws of Manipulation."
There you go.
so so again, we talked about the definition of power. It's the ability to influence people, to influence their actions, and their thoughts. And these are the book is about teaching people how to do it, right? And so once you understand the tactics, you now know what to look for. All
And
right.
then what do you do with that? What do you do with that?
It
Somebody's trying
it
to
it
manipulate me. Somebody's trying to run game on me. I recognize it. Now
mhm.
what? Do
It
I go
depends on
along with
you,
it and
right?
use
So
use their same tactics against them, or do I run?
it depends on you. It depends on who you are and how you want to move, or if you feel like engaging. If it's a situation where you can't extricate yourself from, right? Then you best learn some tactics and how to maneuver. If this is coming from people that you can't get away from, let's say your parents, your siblings, your family, your coworkers, if they're engaging in some of these tactics and you can't leave your family, you can't leave your mom and dad, right? Your siblings gonna be there unless you just stop hanging around family, and you can't quit your job, then you're gonna have to deal with this shit, right? And so one of the things that that people like to think is that, hey, if I just bury my head in the sand, then I won't have to deal with any of this stuff. And so what you end up seeing are people who have the intent on using personalized power to aggrandize themselves and amass power for themselves, right? Um, as opposed to somebody who necessarily doesn't want the aggrandizement and the personalized power, who actually wants to socialize the power, right? But you gotta know how to fucking aggregate it. You gotta know how to wield it from other people. So the answer to your question, Robin, is it depends on you and how you choose to move. All right. Some people be like, "Well, I'm just not gonna play the game." You're always gonna play the game. If you're someplace where there are resources, if you're going to gather resources, if you want to have resources, there's always going to be somebody trying to take them from you, and you have to know how to protect them. All right. So it's up to you, Robin. Where we at? Where we on? Law 13? Yeah, Law 13. When asking for help, appeal to people's self-interest, never to their mercy. If you need to turn to an ally for help, do not bother to remind him of your past assistance or good deeds. He will find a way to ignore you. Instead, uncover something in your request or in your alliance with them that will benefit him, and emphasize it out of all proportion. He will respond enthusiastically when he sees something to be gained for himself. All right. So essentially, what they're saying is, um, if you have to ask for help, make sure it's something in it for the other person, and don't appeal to somebody's good nature. Right. Make it a win-win. All right. So construct your request in a way where both parties are getting something. They get something from helping you. Let me see where we at. 14. All right, we humming along. I didn't think we was gonna get to 24 today, but we definitely gonna be able to get to 24. All right. Law number 14. Pose as a friend, work as a spy. Knowing your rival is critical. Use spies to gather valuable information that will keep you a step ahead. Better still, play the spy yourself. In polite social encounters, learn to probe. Ask indirect questions to get people to reveal their weaknesses and intentions. There is no occasion that is not an opportunity for artful spying. Right? So now think about that. Think about Law 14 and Law, what was it? 3, where it says conceal your intentions. Right? So conceal your intentions, but probe people to gather their intentions.
You
Right?
seen the movie The Spook That Slept by the Door?
The movie, no, I know about it. I think I've read a synopsis of it. I've never seen it though, but I'm familiar with the concept though.
That so
Mm.
that falls in line with when I say when you conceal your intentions or don't let people in. At times you can forget your mission. You know what I'm saying? But again, I don't want to ruin the movie for anybody that haven't watched it. Like I feel like it's yeah. Go ahead, bro. Yeah.
All right, cool. Um. So yeah, that was number 13. Okay. And the thing is, I know a lot of people that do that. A lot of people, when asking for help, they're always appealing to somebody's good nature. Or, dude, remember I helped you out? So now you feel like they owe you, right? And so that's what the law is warning against. Set up a win-win. All right, set up where they get something out of doing the thing too. Um, let's see, number 15. And so I think this kind of goes to the Scarface thing, right? And there was something else we was talking about. Law 15: crush your enemy totally. All great leaders since Moses have known that a feared enemy must be crushed completely. Sometimes they have learned the hard way. If one ember is left alit, no matter how dimly it smolders, a fire will eventually break out. More is lost through stopping halfway than through total annihilation. The enemy will recover and will seek revenge. Crush him not only in body, but in spirit. Okay? And so we've seen like there are a whole genre of movies that are based on this concept. Movies and TV shows where somebody tried to kill off a whole race of people, but one survived. Riddick, think of Riddick. They killed off all the Furians, but one Furian survived, and that one Furian comes back to wreak fucking havoc on the whole empire. Right? Like it's a theme throughout movies where when you fail to crush your enemy completely, you pay for it.
Wasn't it an
Okay?
earlier law telling you to bring your enemies in?
Right.
That part. That
So how
part
does
So
right
that?
there.
so again, it depends on the situation.
What
If
situation
Nah,
would
if it
require
you.
you to bring an enemy in if you didn't crush? Like what?
The state
Break that
can
down, bro.
choose.
think Jay-Z and Nas.
So
Didn't Jay-Z?
Nas crushed him in the lyrics, and Jay Z decided to bring him in to do business. He didn't crush him. He just
So
brought him in.
nobody got crushed. So remember, Nas won, right? He won the battle, but Jay-Z still had a career. So crushing is what LL Cool J did to Cannabis. You never heard from Cannabis again, right? He crushed him out completely. He made it to where he couldn't move, right? Crush is what Puffy was trying to do to people, right? So if you wrong Puff, then he made it to where nobody will work with you. You couldn't get a job in the industry, right?
You
If
seen
you,
Billions?
yeah,
You watched the whole thing?
I didn't get to know. I ain't finished the last couple seasons.
God damn it. Okay.
I mean, but so even in that in the first few seasons that I watched, you see it.
Nah, but the
There are a
person
couple
that
of
I'm talking about though, it will make a lot more sense. But I know a couple people are watching. I don't want to ruin it, but
mm,
the people you talking about wasn't inside of X Corpse, basically.
okay,
So yeah,
I
that's
got
yeah,
you.
yeah.
Yeah. So um, if you're gonna go to war with somebody, crush them completely. Make it to where they can't come back from whatever you did. Because if you leave just a little bit of daylight, revenge is coming. Right? There's a whole goddamn what was that anime Ethan that you fucking had me watch where the dude he killed the dude the little dude's dad, and the little dude spent the whole goddamn show trying to get strong enough to kill his
Oh,
ass.
Vinland Saga.
Yeah, Vinland Saga. Yep.
But you do realize he didn't kill
No, I know
Askeladd,
he didn't.
right?
He didn't kill. Somebody else got a chance to kill him before, but he was on the way. Right? He
But
was never
no,
out of danger.
no, Linnell, and this is what you're This is what you're missing. This is a problem in the West versus how the East views it. The East is looking at it like, yo, anybody that's my enemy is essentially my ally anyway, all on down the road, regardless. They're always out to help me in some way, shape, or form. What happened in the show, since you're not going to see it, is Askeladd gets killed by the king of Denmark because that's who he's after to get revenge on. And what ends up happening is Askeladd can't get the revenge, so he ends up getting sold into slavery and has to learn how to um get back at all the death and destruction he caused in the pain of losing his father. So essentially, it's a hero's journey upon another hero's journey upon another hero's journey. You're just completing the cycle. So
Got
even
you.
if you think, real quick, even if you think you squashed your enemies, you just made another one without even knowing it because somebody watched you kill off that one little smidget of that enemy, and now you have another set of enemies that you're going to have to keep killing, and you can't kill all the
Hey,
enemies. You just create new ones.
so one, I agree with that. So real quick, um, Gladiator is another example of that, where um, what was his name? What was the
Maximus Aurelius.
Maximus Decimus Meridius? Yeah, but who was the emperor after Marcus Aurelius died? What was his son? Who was his son? God damn it!
I forgot his name
What was
too. It's just
Joaquin
those
Phoenix's
Joaquin. Yeah,
name?
his name. Oh
Yeah, I know,
no.
right? But yeah, so yo, he tried to kill him. He left him alive, and it cost him. But no, what I was gonna say though, Ethan, is now we getting into to your point, Ethan. Now we getting into the universe, right? The universe abhors a vacuum, and is going to always seek to balance itself out. And so you can't have like this greatness over here without a balancing fucking force. Commodus, yeah, it was Commodus. That was his name. Good shit, Quan. That's why I keep you around, Quan. Quan, you just earned yourself another 2 months. You can stay around for 2 more months. Good job. Yeah. So, but to your point, Ethan, the universe always balances itself out, dog. So you're never going to get rid of all your enemies. It's that's the one thing about like watching movies and TV shows. There ain't no happily ever after in real life. I mean,
Well, according to the laws, though, you go looking for enemies, though. You got to create one. So is
yeah,
it balancing itself out, or are you going seeking some stuff that you? Yeah, are you going to go seek, or does it balance itself out?
both can happen. The universe is going to provide you with some, even if you don't seek them out. But enemies are you can use enemies for specific reasons for or specific purposes, and so sometimes it's helpful to create some.
It takes two to have an enemy. So you don't
Say it
necessarily.
again.
It takes two to have an enemy. You
That's
don't
true.
have to have enemies.
That's true. Let's see. All right, where we at? All right, we're on law number 16, y'all. We just got here. We're book review of the 48 laws of power. Okay, we're going through the laws. We started at one. Um, we're on our way down. You know what? We're on 16. Let me give y'all a quick recap of all the laws. I'm just gonna read them out. Law number one: never outshine the master. Law number two: never put too much trust in friends. Learn how to use enemies. Number three: conceal your intentions. Law number four: always say less than necessary. Law number five: so much depends on your reputation. Guard it with your life. Law number six: court attention at all costs. Law number seven: get others to do work for you, but always take the credit. Law number eight: make other people come to you. Use bait if necessary. Law number nine: win through your actions, never through argument. Law number 10: infection. Avoid the unhappy and the unlucky. Law number 11: learn to keep people dependent on you. Law number 12: use selective honesty and generosity to disarm your victim. Law number 13: when asking for help, appeal to people's self-interest, never to their mercy or gratitude. Law number 14: pose as a friend, work as a spy. Law number 15: crush your enemy totally. All right, so that brings us to law number 16: use absence to increase respect and honor. Too much circulation makes the price go down. The more you are seen and heard from, the more common you appear. If you are already established in a group, temporary withdrawal from it will make you more talked about, even more admired. You must learn to leave, create value through scarcity. All right. That's not a bad thought process. All right. Creating value through scarcity is not a bad thought process. What they say, familiarity breeds contempt, right?
They also say absence makes the heart grow fonder.
These are facts, fucking facts. All right. So like a lot of this stuff, it it mirrors some of the things that you guys already know, right? A lot of this stuff mirrors stuff that you already know. A lot of the adages that you guys already kind of understand, right? He's just kind of gathered it all in one place, um, as a good reference, right? Where we at? Law number 17. Keep others in suspended terror. Cultivate an air of unpredictability. Humans are creatures of habit with an insatiable need to see familiarity in other people's actions. Your predictability gives them a sense of control. Turn the tables, be deliberately unpredictable. Behavior that seems to have no consistency or purpose will keep them off balance, and they will wear themselves out trying to explain your moves. Taken to an extreme, this strategy can intimidate and terrorize. All right. So this is more about warfare, right? This is more about warfare. So a lot of the so when you read the book, there are stories that support the law, and then there are stories that show what happens when you go against the law. And I think for this one, it was more about strategies in war, right? But it can be adapted to dealing with people in your everyday life, right? I think we've seen like you see movies where you get like these crazy people come through and nobody knows what to expect from them, right? They keep you like on your toes and off balance. So that's essentially what that's about, right? Keeping people off balance and not surprised there's shit that happens.
Hey, Linnell, you ever seen the Hudsucker Proxy? My bad, X. The Hudsucker Proxy with Tim Robbins.
I don't think so.
Okay, never mind. Go ahead, X.
Why would you? So how does that correlate with a law to get away from those people?
So so this is unpredictability and unlucky and unhappy. Those are different things, right? Those are different things. All right. So, but to your point, um, if you recognize somebody's been unpredictable around you, then it might, if you can, it would help to get away, right? If you recognize the move that's being made, then you counter move. Like this is chess. Like everything we're talking about is psychological chess, action reaction. All right, it's action reaction. You recognize what's being made. You recognize the move that's being made, and so you have to counter what they do. Once you do what you do, they're going to counter, and that's just how it's going to go. All right.
So defense mode.
Right. So a lot of this shit can be used defensively. Like it can be used defensively. You know what I mean? So just yeah, be mindful of it.
But
Be
you're using the same thing. You're using the same laws against them.
Yeah, you can.
So I mean, you either play the game and conform and do what they do, or you won't succeed.
Yeah, essentially, essentially, especially if it's something that you're after, right? If there's a goal in mind, if you're trying to do something, and the person that's also trying to achieve it, if they're engaging in the tactics, then what you gonna do, Tat? You know what I mean?
So you can be unpredictable, but let's say the people that you work around, They need to be predictable.
Um, so it's about understanding that people feel comfortable with predictability, right? And so if you want to throw people off guard, then you create an atmosphere that takes away their comfort.
How do they work? How do people work from your perspective when they're uncomfortable?
It depends, right?
They change their behavior.
I've seen it work. I've seen it be successful. I've seen it be unsuccessful. It just depends on what the goal is. To what end? What are you trying to accomplish? Right? If you're trying to accomplish creativity, and you're trying to accomplish, you're trying to get the light of fire into people's ass. You're trying to get them to compete and be more aggressive. Yo, that shit works. If you want people in like with regularity and calm and just kind of going along day to day, then you provide them with comfort and regularity, right? It just depends on what you want, what you're trying to do. Um, are you trying to encourage people to compete against each other for a specific thing? It just depends.
Some of some of this stuff, bro, sounds like parasites, bro. Like, you know what? I don't want to be
Um,
seen. I don't want to be hidden. I'm gonna let them be comfortable a little bit, and then boom, I'm gonna just hit their ass because I'm unpredictable. Like, I don't. Yeah.
yeah, it,
Definitely parasitic, for
Hmm.
sure.
yeah, I can see it. Jamila said manipulation. Yeah, I can see that too. Hmm. I can see it. All right. Um, Law number 18. Do not build fortresses to protect yourself. Isolation is dangerous. The world is dangerous and enemies are everywhere. Everyone has to protect themselves. A fortress seems the safest, but isolation exposes you to more dangers than it protects you from. It cuts you off from valuable information. It makes you conspicuous and an easy target. Better to circulate amongst the people, find allies, and mingle. You are shielded from your enemies by the crowd. It's a decent thought, right?
So hiding in plain sight, right?
Hiding in plain sight and not giving them a target,
Right.
right? And
And
so,
what I'll say, yeah, go ahead.
no, so this is one of my, like, I've been saying this for years, right? So this has been one of my pushbacks against black people creating like these subdivisions in all black towns, because it makes a hard target, right? Before, like, if you do that before you have um the mindset, the codified mentality, right? Then you're creating easy targets. Creating organizations create easy targets. So that's why I've always been on the codification mindset, right? So you can be on code without living in the same neighborhood together or without being in the fucking organization, right? So people, like, we're always, so naturally, because we like comfort, right, and regularity, we want to build the fortress because we think, yo, build a fortress, build a community, build walls, and just hunker down. And we think, yo, that's the best way. Well, no, history has shown us that just it creates a target. All right, so that's the first thing I
Atlanta
think about when
is
I
a
read
prime
this. Go ahead,
example.
Ethan.
Definite target. Atlanta is a prime example of that.
That's funny. That's hard to follow up on. But what I was gonna say real quick, good point, Rhonda. Um, I just watched the new Superman movie, and that law is definitely applicable because Superman does have a fortress of solitude, and there are compromising factors to it. So pretty legit.
Bruh. All right, let's see. Um, oh yeah, law number 19. All right, guys, law number 19. Know who you are dealing with. Do not offend the wrong person. There are many different kinds of people in the world, and you can never assume that everyone will react to your strategies in the same way. Deceive or outmaneuver some people, and they will spend the rest of their lives seeking revenge. There are wolves in lamb's clothing. Choose your victims and opponents carefully. Then never offend or deceive the wrong person. So this reminds me of Training Day. The whole movie was about the fact that he didn't know who he was fucking with, right? The movie Training Day happened because he went to Vegas, was talking shit to the wrong motherfucker, right? And I think he killed somebody. Didn't know the dude was a Russian mobster, and now he owed the motherfucker $1 million, right? And so this is one of them things that that men instinctively um we kind of we this is how we operate, right? So because and this is the reason why you rarely see strangers fighting like men. Like men, strange dudes who don't know each other rarely fight. You the anytime you see guys fist fighting, they probably know each other, like they have a history. But men who don't know each other try not to fight men because you don't know this motherfucker. You don't know if he'll stop, if he's ever gonna stop, if you're gonna have to kill him. You just don't know how far this motherfucker gonna go. You don't know what he's capable of. And so we instinctively we give grace and we try to avoid confrontation like that. Women are the opposite. Like women stay fighting motherfuckers they don't know shit about, right? Women stay doing that shit because they haven't been socialized to understand like how this shit can go. Know what I mean? Like you just never know who this motherfucker is. And so that's a whole thing. Right? Choo-choo. Let's see. That's number 19. All right. Law number 20. So I'm thinking we're gonna go because we got how much time I got. I'm thinking we're gonna do the 24. Um then we'll finish the last 24 next week. Yeah. So we'll do the last few. I got a couple of minutes. All right, cool. Here we go. Law number 20. Do not commit to anyone. It is the fool who always rushes to take sides. Do not commit to any side or cause but yourself. By maintaining your independence, you become the master of others, playing people against one another, making them pursue you. Do not commit to anyone but be courted by all. Do not commit to anyone. Stay above the fray. All right. Yeah, fence riding, Robin. Yes, that's essentially what that's about. Riding the fence. Let's see. Number 21. All right, so this is law 21. Um, Play a sucker to catch a sucker. Seem dumber than your mark. These are facts right here. No one likes feeling stupider than the next person. The trick then is to make your victim feel smarter, and not just smarter, but smarter than you are. Once convinced of this, they will never suspect that you may have ulterior motives. And so this kind of goes with um, not outshining the master, right? So essentially making people feel like they're smarter than you, right? So people don't mind talking to people that they feel like are dumber than them. They'll tell them all the plans and spill the beans and everything, right? If they feel like you can't outmaneuver them, they'll tell you every fucking thing. You know what I'm saying? Um, Dude, think Kaiser Soze. Anybody seen Usual Suspects? Right? This is literally what the Usual Suspects was about. Like it's a whole movie built on this law, right? The whole movie, The Usual Suspects, was built on this law right here. All right. Let's see. Law number 22. Use the surrender tactic. Transform weakness into power. When you are weaker, never fight for honor's sake. Choose surrender instead. Surrender gives you time to recover, time to torment and irritate your conqueror, time to wait for his power to wane. Do not give him the satisfaction of fighting and defeating you. Surrender first. By turning the other cheek, you infuriate and unsettle him. Make surrender a tool of power. So this is when you're in a position of weakness, right? So like I said, this is um then you assume that they won't do that, they'll commit a fault and not crush you completely, right? If you're following the laws and somebody surrenders, you crush them completely. If they don't crush you completely, right? If they break the law and not crush you completely, it gives you time to recuperate and find the opening. Again, lots of movies are built off of people violating this law, right? The hero's journey consists of the hero taking an L in the beginning, not being finished off, and then fighting their way back. Um, Here we go. Number 23. Concentrate your forces. Conserve your forces and energies by keeping them concentrated at their strongest point. The Germans call this the blitzkrieg. This is where the term blitz came from. You gain more You gain more by finding a rich mine and mining it deeper than by flittering from one shallow mine to another. Intensity defeats extensity every time. When looking for sources of power to elevate you, find one key patron, the fat cow who will give you milk for a long time to come. All right, so this is about focus. I think we talked about this the other day, right? How like I'm having to say no. Like I've had to say no to a lot of things that I actually wanted to do that I thought were pretty cool because I'm focused on things, right? And so when you focus on one thing or you focus your energy in a specific area, one, you appear more powerful, right? And two, you get more things done, right? So instead of just being all over the place. And so that's actually one of what they talk about in business now is about niching down instead of kind of appealing to the masses or a broad appeal. Develop a small niche market, and that's how you'll succeed. So you see this law applied in a lot of different areas, right? You see it applied in a lot of different areas. There's a lot of specialization going on, right? Yeah, Great Poseidon would say, I'm focused, man. All right, and so that was 23. Concentrate your forces. So this is 24. We'll end it here, and then we'll pick up the last 24 next week. All right. So law number 24 is play the perfect courier. The perfect courier thrives in a world where everything revolves around power and political dexterity. He has mastered the art of indirection. He flatters, yields to superiors, and asserts power over those in the most oblique and graceful manner. Learn and apply the laws of courtship, and there will be no limit to how far you can rise in the court. All right. And so that's just about knowing your audience and where you are, right? And how to deal with people, right? How to manipulate people in ways or manipulate them to where you want them to be, or have them see you in a specific way, right? Um, and so that law kind of encompassed everything we talked about before it. Got me? All right, we're gonna pause there, right? So we'll stop there. Um,
I just want to add something
yeah.
real quick. Just just listening to all of this and how some of us respond to it and stuff. I just realized that a lot of this happens all the time, in relationships or just how people interact with each other. Like a lot of this, the way people use what is determined as power, it happens without people sometimes even really knowing that it's happening to them or that they're actually doing it themselves to others.
Oh, that's 100% right. So there are always power dynamics playing out in real time in real life, right? There are always power dynamics playing out, and so um, you have two choices. Either you can ignore that fact and choose to just live life oblivious to how the power dynamics are playing out and how you're involved in it, because we're all involved in it, right? Or you can choose to understand how these things are playing out, and understand how to recognize the dynamics when they're forming. I mean, at the very least, you can know what you're looking at, right? And so I think this book is really, really good in that vein, right? So I know a lot of people, like when I was reading it, the person I was dating when I got the book, um, I think she read it and then she was mad because I was reading it. To me, that's a red flag. I was like, oh, and I definitely need to read this motherfucker,
Facts.
right? Because essentially what it's saying is you trying to manipulate me and you don't want me to be able to recognize manipulation when I see it. Now I'm cool. I'm gonna take my time and study this motherfucker, right? And it turned out that was the truth. It turns out that was the truth. Like they were attempting to use several different tactics to move me around to where they wanted me to be. Know what I'm saying?
But wait a minute. Why would a woman need a book to learn how to manipulate?
You know what? So, like I said, it's a lot of this stuff are concepts that you know, but there are other concepts that you don't know, and they can help kind of solidify and put into context a lot of the things. So you may know a piece of it, but not understand how it fits and how it's utilized and why it works. And so it's more about understanding why the thing you're doing works. And I think that's kind of where they were coming at it from, right? Why I think it's important to understand, like, or to read it or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Um, all right.
Wait, why is this important to read?
Did you just hear what I said about the two options?
Caught a little bit of it. I'll go back.
Nah, it's cool. I'll tell you. So, because we got two options, bro. Power dynamics are always playing out. That's not. There's no. You have no choice in that, right? There's no opting out of that, right? This is how life goes, right? So there are always power dynamics playing out, and so the two choices are: one, you can ignore it and let everybody else engage in the power dynamics and hoarding power and gathering power and wielding power, right? While you're oblivious to it, or you can educate yourself and understand what you're seeing in the dynamic and watch the dynamics play out in front of you and learn how to protect yourself. That's why it's important. All right. Um. All right, y'all. So let me see what I got for y'all. I'm sure I got some positivity around here. Where is it at?
It's going to be real, 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 real positive after listening to all of that.
What do you mean? Like this wasn't even super negative stuff. This is just talking about living life.
Does it scare you, Robin?
It doesn't scare me. It just solidifies things that I've already known and how manipulative and vindictive and people can be and how self-serving people can be and how little you mean to people. You understand what I'm saying? Like it's,
Yeah, I hear you.
you
Yeah.
know.
That's what I was gonna say, man. How you gonna say this shit went bad? Nigga, it was emotionally manipulative, selfish. Come on now.
But
Um.
knowing this is learning how to protect yourself from it
I
as
mean, but here's
well.
the deal. Like, so none of the things that I heard him say were qualities, characteristics, or behaviors that I deem valuable in someone. And in order for me to protect myself, I have to now encompass those same characteristics, behaviors, and traits. So I have to become the thing that I despise in order to protect myself,
Not necessarily.
that I get taken advantage of.
Nope, that's not.
If I'm oblivious to it and don't recognize it, I leave myself open to be the person. Like you can't, to have power means that you have power over someone, something, somebody, some situation. You know what I'm saying? You can't. It has to be over someone, someone. You know, do you understand what I'm saying?
Not necessarily.
So
Okay.
I do. I get what she's saying, but
Like you
go ahead,
can't have
Miss.
a chief without. I mean, you can't have a chief without Indians. You can't have a king without, you know, a court or without, you know, land. Like you have to be able to. Is a dynamic there. You can't have one without the other. So in order for someone to be powerful, they have to exhibit or enforce power over someone, something, or some, you know. So either I'm going to be the person that they are putting, you know, using their power towards to for their own goal, which is self-serving to them, or I protect myself, and the only way to protect myself is to do the same tactics back. I don't know if I explained that just perfectly, but
Mm, well, no, there are counters, right? So there are counters to different things. All right. So you don't have to do the same thing back, but you can know how to counter shit. You know what I'm saying? Or you can practice counter moves. Right. And so I
I
think
mean,
that's
the
it.
only counter moves would be the same 48 laws.
But it's how you how you employ them though, right? And so that's what I'm saying. Like these things, these are the basic shells, right? And so there are ways to combine and alter and tweak to fit different circumstances. And it doesn't necessarily have to be in a negative way.
Right, the energy and the intent behind is important as well. You know, like,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, so, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. All right. Good stuff.
Is this gonna be Friday or next Wednesday?
Next Wednesday.
Cool.
Yeah, next Wednesday. All right, yo. So here, let me give y'all moment of positivity, man. Even though I don't know if y'all gonna think about this as positive, I do. I think it kind of reaffirms what we was talking about here today.
Decide to become yourself, you become lonely. Right. Because everyone around you wants you to be like them or they want you to be them. So when you discover that you are unique, you are special, you are important, and you decide to become who you are and achieve what you were dreaming, loneliness is the result. And I say this many times, and in my books I write about this, that every true vision only has one believer first. And it's the person who have that vision. Wow. And that's what makes it lonely. But what attracts people to you is when you decide that you don't care if you're lonely, you're still gonna pursue the vision. That's right. So it's the desire to use your aloneness properly that makes people come to you. You're no longer alone. And so I have been alone most of the time. I'm lonely now because a leader is always lonely because they are out front. There's no one out there with them. When you think about it, if you have everyone around you, then you're part of the crowd. That's true. So leaders they live a lonely life, but they chose that loneliness. And that's important. You have to choose to be alone if you're going to change the world. And every great leader in history, as you study them, they really found their true self when they was alone. You know, Moses was in the wilderness, Jesus Christ in the desert, Paul went to the desert. You know, and so when you pursue something that is more important than the crowd, you end up leading the crowd. Wow. Someone said you cannot lead an orchestra unless you turn your back to the crowd. Think about it for a minute. Wow. Yeah. So if you're going to be the leader, you got to turn your back on the crowd, and then you can lead life.
All right. I know some of y'all disagree with that, but it's all right. We'll
That was
continue.
awful, Linnell. That was
That was
awful.
Oh my
awful.
That was
God.
awful.
I second
Horrible.
that
God
motion. I
damn.
Oh
second
my
that
Oh my
motion.
God.
gosh. You couldn't come up with anything better after this 24 laws of
Of
babble?
manipulation.
Yeah. Y'all sound like a bunch of followers.
Hey, I don't know about anybody else, but I love that shit. That was
Nigga, them
great. That
was
was a great
fat.
addition.
Yeah, I,
Bruh.
Big fat.
Don't think about anybody else. Only think about yourself.
That's
Great
not what that
That's
said.
MOP.
not what that
Now
this
I
is
can
said.
give you that. Hold
information.
on, wait a minute. That is not what that said. I can give you that on the 48 laws of power, but that is not what that said. Because you could very well be thinking about a lot of people who aren't thinking about themselves in totality by doing the things that you do, because it don't go with the mold of what people believe should be done. And when you finally get to accomplish your job, it helps a lot of people. That's not selfish.
Nice. Great MOP.
See what I'm talking about? That's what I'm talking about. I liked it too, yo. All right, guys. So on Friday, we're gonna look at everything that's going on, right? So it's a bunch of shit happening in the news. Um, yeah, it's wild right now. So that's what we're doing on Friday, man. We're gonna catch up on the state of the world, see what's cracking in this joint. Be sure to hang out with us on Friday, Conspiracy Cookout with 10 Family. Also, remember, Conspiracy University, the podcast, check it out. Dude, we're going mainstream with the shit we talk about. All of a sudden, dude, we did the Bolshevik episode. All of a sudden, the Bolsheviks is all over the fucking place. I'm saying that shit all over the place. We did organ harvesting. All of a sudden, that shit all over the fucking place, right? So, yo, we pioneering this shit, man. All right, we at the cutting edge of conspiracies. I promise y'all. Check out Conspiracy University and Conspiracy Cookout with the Sinful Family, both the podcasts. And vigorforpain.com and blackistheuniform.com. All right, we'll see y'all in a whole fucking minute. Peace.
Thanks for coming to the cookout, but you need the right gear. Blackistheuniform.com, you can get it right here. We talk flat earth and mud floods. You might hear about the dome. No matter the topic, you just need something with the shield on. Blackistheuniform.com, where conspiracy analysts are at home. Blackistheuniform.com, where conspiracy analysts are at home.
Vigor Sport is love and light in a bottle, a CBD infused salve that rids the body of pain, arthritis, carpal tunnel, and muscle aches. There's no job too great for Vigor Sport. Headaches, muscle spasms, and menstrual cramps are a thing of the past. Vigor Sport is the Swiss Army knife of your medicine cabinet. Order your jar today at vigorforpain.com.